Okay, welcome back to Room 1 on day 2 of the NZIPP Iris Awards, kindly sponsored by Canon. Aren't they fantastic? We are in the commercial category, which is sponsored by CM Props and Backdrops. We are now going to have a video from our sponsor, please.
Watch.
Okay, so we are in the commercial category. Do we have a video from CM Props? Is there one there? Give it a go. Okay, so like I said, thank you to Canon, our overall sponsor for the Iris Awards, and we have got CM Props and Backdrops that are the sponsor of this commercial category this afternoon. I am Tracy Kennedy, your panel chair. Sitting beside me is the lovely Justine Witherell. Our judges today, we have Amber Griffin, Belinda Richards, Bruce Moyle, Janine Fletcher, Jace Blair, Chris Anderson, and Mike Langford. Out the back, helping us with our prints, we have Simon and Kate, and they're going to do a fantastic job for us as well. Let's get going with the run-through. Okay, any other exclusions, judges? Righty-ho, we are about to get underway for the commercial category. Can we invite Bruce Moyle, Mike Langford, Amber Griffin, Jace Blair and Belinda Richards to the panel, please? Right, can we have the first print, please? I will do the category. I'm too eager to get started. Apologies. Okay, yep. Blank screen, please. Oh, I know. I'm beginning to think I was. Right. The commercial category is for images created for business marketing, advertising, editorial, or magazine work. This category showcases photography that serves a commercial purpose, demonstrating creativity, technical excellence, and strong visual storytelling, while effectively meeting the needs of a client or audience. This category celebrates excellence in commercial photography by recognising images designed for real-world business applications. Entries may be commissioned or self-commissioned, but they must be intended for use in a commercial setting, whether for promotional, editorial, or advertising purposes. Self-commissioned work must be created with the intent to sell or license for commercial use. Images will be judged on their technical execution, creativity, storytelling, and effectiveness in a commercial context, meaning they should be suitable for their intended business purpose, whether to promote a brand, convey a message, or engage an audience. Images must be created for business, promotional, editorial, or marketing use. Self-commissioned work must be created with the intention to be sold or licensed for commercial purposes, such as advertising campaigns, stock imagery, or brand promotions. Personal projects and fine art images are not eligible unless created with the intent to sell or license for commercial use. This is a major editing category, which means all forms of post-production are allowed as long as no computer or AI-generated elements are used. Okay, right, may we have the first print, please? Righty-ho, we have an average score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. And can we have a comment from Jace? Thank you.
Yeah, look, it's quite a striking image. In a commercial context, I would expect that you would have control over every element of this, and with the amount of editing that's available, I'd be looking at things like there's some distracting highlights and shadows in the top of the frame. The shirt on the male subject has got the strong shadows and creases and things, and the lighting in the eyes. They might be minor details on their own, but it's within your control to manage those things in this context. So finishing.
Thank you, Jace. Next print, please. Okay, judges, we have a 79 bronze award. We're going to have to discuss it anyway. So, Jace, you are the highest scorer.
I put this one in silver, 81, and I think there's a lot of care has gone into styling this, and it's had a result that is quite effective. I think it would be a striking image in a print context or an advertising context. It's not without its limitations, but I'd be curious to hear from others about what the problems they see are.
Okay, I'll go to the lowest first, which is Amber. And
On a measly 77. So I do feel that this image sits in the bronze range. I appreciate... Jace, could you just move that way? Thanks. I appreciate the amount of styling that has gone into this image. The two things that stand out the most to me is that clearly the hands and the nails are a very important component of this image, yet the photographer has chosen to crop one of the hands right through the middle, and I find that deeply uncomfortable, and I think that sort of ought to be avoided at all costs in a portrait. And then the other issue that I have with it is that I feel like it's such a colourful portrait, yet the lighting is just so flat, and I don't think that matches the energy and the tone of this image. So I'm feeling quite comfortable in the bronze range, but I'm always listening.
Mike, you wanted to have a word?
I gave the 78. I felt really uncomfortable with the left-hand side. Not just the hand being cut off the way it has, but also the bling of the heart. It's the brightest part of the picture and really drags your eye across to the left. Also the head against the background, there's this sort of dark halo, sort of inner halo that's happening. That's quite distracting as well. So there's things that should be fixed.
Yeah, I hear your concerns. I wasn't so worried about the hand cut off. In a portrait context, I wouldn't do that. In this context, I think every millimetre counts, and they've maximised space, and so they've been pretty extreme with the crop. And certainly the lighting could be more dynamic. I'd love to see a hairlight and some separation as well, and I think this could have gone further, but I was happy to put it into silver for the work that has been done. Good chat.
Rescore, please, judges. Okay, judges. 79 or 80. I've just pushed the button. It's thinking about it, so you can go for it. And we have a 79 bronze award. Well done to the photographer. Can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 83. And Amber's just put her glasses on and looking really serious to challenge this.
I'm on 93. Oh gosh, this is so beautiful. And unexpected in the commercial category. Jace, again, for the love, thank you. As far as a floral still life goes, I feel like this is just at the pinnacle of a floral still life, because there is so much life in there. I think that I counted 5 monarch butterflies just expertly woven throughout those roses. And I loved all of that. I love the way the colour palette all works together so cohesively. But when I found the little bumblebee sitting up there on that top pink rose, that just really took it up into the gold range for me. The craft aspect in this image is just so beautiful. I think that we need to have a talk about it.
Thanks, Amber, for challenging. I felt that it was fairly well executed. I didn't see the bee, so thank you for pointing that out. I think the thing I was finding a little hard was the gradation of the light across it, the single source, and how dark it was sitting on the left. I found it just not as clean as I wanted. I enjoyed the butterflies, but then I also was thinking story-wise, because I didn't see the bee, you got these monarch butterflies which go for flowers to sustain and for life, but then underneath it you've got dead petals and so I was like, what is the story here? I can't really get the idea of the life versus death thing in a commercial context, to be honest, or an editorial. So I love that to be explained to me. I'm very much listening. I was on 78, so I'll come up, but I'm not sure where yet.
Okay, Jace, you're in the middle.
I'm definitely listening. Just one thing that I really held it back on was the control of the reflections in the vase, and that just really just attracted so much. The highlight with visible edges, the visibility of the lighting equipment, basically in that highlight, and photographing like a studio shot like this, controlling that reflection on a reflective subject is so important, and maybe I punished that more than it deserved, considering the rest of the image, and I'm listening.
Amber. Okay, go for it, Mike.
Well, it's purely that we're going for
You're going
gold.
for gold,
That's all.
so
Yeah,
yeah.
sorry. Because of the gold aspect, everything can be changed and corrected on this, and everything should be changed and corrected. Unfortunately, the print is a bit flatter than what it really should be. I feel the life should be coming out of these flowers. They should be almost erupting into bloom and more excitement somehow. And I'm feeling the left-hand side especially is just feeling slightly flat and underlit. The right-hand side is absolutely brilliant, and I love the range of flowers from not having bloomed yet to dead petals on the bottom. I think that range of life, it's a life cycle we're looking at of these flowers. I think that's absolutely stunning, and I'll come up for that.
Hey, Belinda, did you want anything else to add? Okay, right, back to you, Amber.
Okay, well, I've also just found another piece of life in there. There's actually also a tiny little ladybug on one of those flowers. So the attention to detail that this photographer has brought to this image just keeps on giving. So why the dead petals? Well, I really think as a gardener and a lover of roses, I think that the beauty in the rose is something that we can appreciate throughout the rose's entire life, and I don't really see those fallen petals as death. I think that they are just part of the process. They're part of the beauty of those flowers, and the decay in a rose particularly is actually quite a beautiful thing to watch. So some flowers I think get quite disgusting when they start to decay, but a rose is different. They are really quite special. As far as the darkness goes, to me I quite like that. It's so common to have flowers presented in a really brightly lit, high key kind of way. I really appreciate the darker, more moody lighting that this photographer has decided to bring to this. And then as far as a commercial application goes, I do agree, this feels unexpected in the commercial category. But imagine that this image was used to advertise a florist. I mean, I just think it's absolutely spectacular, and I really hope that we can get a bit more support in the gold range for this magnificent piece.
Please rescore, judges. We have a score of 87, silver distinction. Well done. Next print, please.
Good challenge.
We have an initial score of 76, which is a bronze award. No, congratulations. Can we have a comment from Belinda, please?
Sure. Look, I really like the graphic nature of this image. To improve upon it, I feel that the sky is really, really heavy, and it's sort of pulling my eye away from what we're supposed to be looking at. So perhaps revisit that. But yeah, otherwise, congratulations on your bronze award.
Thank you, Belinda. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 82, and Bruce's hand has gone up.
Good. Let's not break this microphone. Okay, so I'm at 87, silver distinction. This, as a bit of communication, I think is really effective and really simple in how effective it is. So this person is a burlesque performer, and I also see it as a one-woman show. I'm just going to assume it's a woman. I think if you were to put this on a poster to advertise a show about this person, it would have their name and that on it and stuff. But it's really clever because it shows that they've got two sides of their personality. They've got the burlesque performer, the showgirl, and they've got the person who's just a human. They're just an ordinary person. It's really simple. They're not glammed up or anything like that. The idea of the two poster bits cut out to show each other, to bring the frames together, but they're still separate, is really clever. They're really well positioned and really well toned together. Still having those edges of the mat or whatever it's printed on, so it feels like something they're actually holding and it hasn't been fully digitally manipulated, if it has at all. And then I also want to say the matting's off angle. They're quirky. They're doing something different. It's straight in the middle, and then you've got all these weird angles with it. And I think that in itself is really clever. So I'm at silver distinction because I think, as simple as it is really effective, and I'd love to see it come up to that range. So let's have a chat.
Okay, we'll just switch that microphone over to Mike because he needs to have a conversation.
Yeah, I gave the 78. I didn't get the burlesque, so that makes a huge difference, and thank you for that, Bruce. I sort of found some of the skin tone just a little bit blotchy and almost flat, and I think a more exciting bit of lighting on the burlesque aspect of this would have made it visually more exciting. I just feel they haven't actually taken the lighting to that exciting stage aspect.
Okay. Well, Amber, you're in the middle there.
I am. I scored this as a high silver on 84, and I really appreciate all that you're saying, Bruce. I think that I find the fact that the burlesque side is the same sort of level of flatness as the human side. I find that sort of doesn't match in with what the story is trying to tell us, and so I find that as a commercial piece, that doesn't quite make sense to me. The other parts of it that I struggle with is on the human side, where the human's got the hand on her hip. There's a bright highlight of something sticking out of the side of her t-shirt, and I can't see a purpose for that, but I find it very distracting. And then just the skin on the arm of the burlesque performer on the right hand side. In a commercial category, I feel like that should be just a little bit more finessed and a little bit more polished, and there's just a few things within the story that don't quite add up to me. So I feel fairly comfortable on my high silver.
Okay, Jace, did you have anything else to add?
On the topic of the personalities, I think they both have the same personality, so that undermined that idea. The concept is good, but the delivery is that the burlesque is the same personality. The off-kilter presentation feels like a gimmick because there's no quirk in the model's expression, so the quirk doesn't match the person. So it's incongruous, and the inclusion of text. Human isn't the opposite of burlesque to me. I don't know. It's such a dominant part of the image to have that text. That's a strong choice, and it doesn't feel like the opposite. Those are my concerns. I was on 78, but I'm listening.
Okay, Bruce, back to you.
Well, thanks for the other comments. I didn't notice the highlight down the bottom, so I've got no answer for that. I think the idea of the expression being the same actually would, if you're going into a show, I get burlesque is meant to be over the top and stuff like that, but not always. I feel like this is about them being human, like in both guises. So having the same expression sort of brings it together. Can read opposite, obviously, but that's where I feel it sits. As in, Mike, and talking about the skin tones, they could be a little bit more finesse. That's why I didn't go any higher than I did. But also, they're human. Like, skin tones are gaudy and ugly and stuff sometimes, so they don't need to be like that. But yeah, I just think it's worth rewarding for a little bit of clever communication. So let's see where we end up.
Rescore, please. We've moved smidgenly to 83 silver. Well done to the photographer. Next print, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Mike, please?
As a commercial interior, the highlights are burnt, the blacks are blocked. There's just not enough detail to actually tell us more about this environment. I think it needs it to make it work.
Thank you, Mike. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 84, which is a silver award. And Amber's going to challenge that.
Oh, this is so beautiful. Thank you for not, pardon? Oh, sorry, pardon. My score was 88. So firmly in the silver with distinction range. Gosh, I can just imagine trying to set this up with live flowers, and this is a masterfully created image. It's a beautiful location to start with, and I really think that the rusticness of that location is just such a beautiful backdrop for those gorgeous, gorgeous flowers. And I've never seen flowers presented on a ladder like this. Compositionally, I think it works incredibly well, and I'd love to hear what you guys think.
Okay, we're going to Belinda, please.
Thanks for challenging this one, Amber. I was probably a bit shy with this. I do really enjoy the image. I think the lighting's quite dynamic and really quite a pretty image. I think for me it was just sort of kind of figuring out what purpose this would serve in a commercial sense. But having said that, this is also not my category of expertise, so I'm happy to be schooled, guys, if you want to do that. But yeah, I am listening and yeah, happy to be led a little bit.
Oh, two hands went up there. Who went up first? Let's go to Mike, because you're slightly... Yep.
I gave this 83, but I'm coming up, Amber, because I find this original, and I think that's the most important thing about it. This cascade of flowers, advertising floral anything, it works. The fact that it's original makes it work even better, so I think a high silver with distinction.
Okay, and
Real quick.
Yeah.
I think I've got a purpose for it. Floral arrangements for weddings can end up in the most drab places, so you can highlight how beautiful you can make a place that doesn't really sing wedding.
okay, back to you, Amber.
I like it. I think in this category, Belinda, it doesn't really matter too much if we can't find the commercial application for an image, because that part of it has already been vetted. And so I have a different reading than Bruce does on this. I sort of imagine that this could be maybe even like a grower's sort of art room, you know. But I don't think that that really matters. And I think that we need to reward this for the incredibly and uniquely gorgeous image that it is. So thank you so much for your support. Let's make this a solid silver distinction.
Rescore, please. Well talked, 88, silver distinction. Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? We are going to give Amber's voice a rest. and invite Janine. And Bruce, if you have a wee break, we will bring in Chris, please. Okay, next print, please. We have a score of 82, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Janine, please?
Congratulations to the photographer on a silver award and also capturing this unique view of this landscape. I did really enjoy the sparse and spare, really careful arrangement of all of the items in the image. And also the texture and the concrete. There's grid lines and tyre tracks, but it's very subtle and it actually adds to it. The only thing I would say is I was a little thrown by this sort of glow of yellow on the black fence because it is such a simple image with not many elements. Every element, I guess, needs to be bang on, but congratulations.
Thank you, Janine. Next print, please. We have, we have an initial score of 79 bronze award. So we're going to have to talk to this anyway. So let's give it, Janine, you actually can challenge this.
Yes, I would like to challenge this because I believe that this cow, I'm hoping, has something to say to us, and clearly there is an element of communication from this animal to us. They may be communicating something about the environment they live in, but in those eyes there's something going on which I think could be highly successful in perhaps an advertising or editorial sense. I think the lighting on the animal is really good, and it's and also the dark surrounds actually really bring that to the fore. But I'd be quite interested to hear what other judges think about perhaps the communication aspects of this image.
Right, we're going to go down one to Mike, please. You're at the other end.
Yeah, 76 I gave this. I was actually loved the top part of the image. I think it's really successful. The bottom, I found I lost legs. I lost the base of the element. Whether that's a design to put type over, which it could well be, but I can't assume these things. I'm just judging the image that's in front of me. So the lack of detail at the bottom gave it a bronze, not a silver for me.
Okay, we're going to come into the middle. Jace?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the darkness for exactly that reason, room for copy. I think that I can imagine a scenario where that makes sense. The problem I had, Janine, is that the communication from the cow is kind of this bug-eyed psychosis sort of look, which could be humorous or effective or powerful, but it's so at odds with the beauty and serenity of this choice of time of day and lighting that I struggle to see that as a cohesive decision that supports the same message. They're so, help me out, they're so incongruous.
Okay, Janine.
I think, Jace, that incongruity is perhaps part of the message. And you know, it's it could be a commentary on what's going on. You know, what am I doing to this beautiful land? You know, and I don't know that it's bug-eyed. It could be disgust, or anger, or definitely, or surprise. And that's the way I read it. I think I think the base, it is definitely a handy thing for copy, and I kind of read it as such. There's a reasonable amount of detail on the left-hand side, and that leaves us space to use that darker area. So just contemplate the communication and how that could potentially be used. I'm on 87.
Right, judges, please rescore. Good talking, 82, silver award. Well done to the photographer. Next print, please. Sorry, we've just had a few messages from the bosses. So we have an initial score of 74, which is professional standard, but everyone's happy, right? Chris, would you like to give feedback for the...
I'd love to. So this to me feels like a portrait of someone that's important to a business. There's heaps of different uses for this. And I think from a styling point of view and a stance point of view, there's a lot of power and a lot of control. That control doesn't extend to the rest of the image. If you look around the back, like there's a light coming out of the top right-hand corner. The curtains are a little bit, kind of distracting. So while attention has been placed to the foreground, we need just as much attention placed to the background to make sure that our eyes stay on the subject.
Thank you. Judges, just as a notice, when you're logging in and out of the panel, When you leave the panel, please log out, and when you get onto the panel, please log into your own names. So just as a message from the bosses. So, right, next image, please. We have an initial score of 81, which is a silver award, and Mike's hand's gone straight up. Off you go.
I gave this 86. I think this is exquisite. It's just so subtly handled. The lighting is perfect. It's the color saturation in the background's just light enough to make all the flowers stand out and bloom. It's perfection in subtlety, and I think that's what's making it work. Nothing's loud, everything's soft, everything has its own color palette, and everything works together. How the photographers managed to arrange those flowers to fall exactly where they want them and not to fall off, and it's just everything is simple, clean, and beautiful.
Off you go, Jace.
I was on 77, Mike, and I'm thinking about this from the perspective of I think that some styling and art direction has taken place, which has created a beautiful still life. And photographically, I don't think that's quite been done justice, because maybe it's too subtle, lighting-wise in particular. It's losing definition. Particularly the flower on the far right down low is bleeding into the background or disappearing into the background. There's not quite the color palette or the selection of that background color hasn't quite created I don't know if it's a lack of value contrast, so there's a color contrast but not a value contrast, or something which has just left it looking a bit drab to me. And whether that's a color choice or a lighting choice that's done that. Also, the dark flower in the lower middle is just kind of flat and blocky. It's not. Ooh, good save, good save. So I think there's something happening here which I do really like, and I gave it a bronze for that. You're going to have to work a bit harder to get me to appreciate the subtlety as mastery and not just a lack of action or something, you know?
Okay, Janine, you were sort of up there with Mike a bit, sort of.
Here we go. So I was on 84. I'm feeling really comfortable where I am. I think I was really enjoying the styling of this image, with its sort of lolly, cakey kind of vibes, and I felt like it was a definite nod to whoever styled it, and I'd love to hear, perhaps in order to go up, just a bit more about what the photographer has actually added to this image.
Okay, Mike.
Well, I'm going to be really brave because I can't speak on the photographer's behalf. I would like to, but I feel that sometimes the photographer is the stylist, and on this occasion I'm going to accept that as being the case. And having done that, which is a big leap, okay, a big leap. Having done that, I think that all the elements in here have been chosen to be light or dark according to the photographic stylist. And things that have been left darker are on purpose because they aren't the heroes. So that dark flower on the background gives it visual depth. If it was lit, it would be coming forward. And the way it's not lit is given it a visual depth. And I think that's working really well. To answer the question on the right-hand side, the inside of that particular flower has dark leaves, which is why it's darker. If it had been lit more, then the structure of that particular flower would have changed. So I think all these things are very deliberate. I know that you're questioning it, but I'm not. So I think 86 is a really good score for something that's very, very well done in my belief.
Rescore, please. Smidgley 82 Silver Award. We have a blank screen, please. Belinda, have a wee break. Amber, come on back. And Jace, go have a chocolate break. And we'll bring in Bruce, please. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Righty ho, we have an initial score of 86, but Bruce, you have an automatic challenge.
I do. I'm on gold 90. I'm being brave, as I say. I think this is pretty close to immaculate for an architectural piece. If I was the client, I would be so stoked to have received this. It is so intricate, it is really well thought out. The actual tonal values across the board are really well handled, and even keeping the highlight on the purple just to give it a bit of oomph and depth that is a different substance than the rest of the metal. The lines are straight where they need to be straight, they're curved where they need to be curved. I think as a bit of architectural communication, this is where it should be at. So I'm at gold and I'd love to hear you guys.
We're going all the way down to Chris.
I'm on 82, so I definitely love this as a silver. To me, it's striking from a distance, it's striking up close. The reasons you love it are the reasons I love it. The purple in particular, I love that there's been detail kept in it about whatever's behind that window because it gives a sense of reality. I don't know that I agree that tonally it's been handled well across the range, because at the top, especially where that little sneaky outy bit touches the top and just to the left of it, there are areas that are blown out. And it's the only area of the image where I feel like highlights haven't been handled as well as they could have been. And there's just no detail in there. So that made me sad. If you come down to the very tip of the little purple as well, there's kind of a discoloration on the metal that it's a choice to leave it in or take it out. I feel like there's so much perfection in this image that the correct choice would have been to take that out, to remove it so that that sweep of metal that comes along from the left and just comes to the right doesn't have that little shadowy, creasy mark through it. Now, I've had this on 82, which is great as a silver. If you can address that stuff, particularly the highlight at the top, Bruce, then I'll move up.
All right, let's come to Amber in the middle.
Thanks for challenging this, Bruce. I scored this image in 86, so as a firm silver distinction. I think one of the things I really enjoy about this image is the ionic shape in the middle, whereas everything else is just sort of very masculine. And as far as an architectural piece goes, this is definitely very unique. I've not seen anything like this before. But I really struggle with the shadow and the lighting on the top of that purple part there. Because I feel like that part's just not really well controlled, and the rest of it feels very well controlled. So I'm not sure if I could come to gold, and I'd love you to talk me up.
Janine, you want to concise, Adley?
Very, very concise. I was on 86 like Amber, and I think some of the shadows and the lighting are actually giving it shape, and that's my read on that.
Thank you. Back to you, Bruce.
Yeah, thanks for everybody's comments. I think, Chris, that those bits at the top, this is painted metal. It's a matte, and matte doesn't always blow to. It doesn't always give detail when it is shot in different lighting conditions, and I think that is part of the reason why it sits like that. And yeah, it could be read as missing detail, but I think it is the actual detail, what is there. In regards to that shadow, it gives us a little bit of reality. If this was exactly perfect and it didn't have that stain and that in there, it would feel like a digital manipulation to the nth degree. And there's obviously in this category, that's what you can do, but we need a little bit of reality to say, this actually exists. This isn't a computer-generated image. So I'm on 90. I'd like you guys to consider gold. So let's see how we go.
Rescore, please. Judges, 89. So I'm just hitting the review button. So 89 for silver, 90 for gold, please. Good talking, 90 gold award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 74, which is professional standard. Cool. Can we have a comment from Chris, please?
Yeah, there's a lot to love about this. The color tones are lovely, the warm and cold. This feels theatrical to me. I'm going to take a stab and say this is theatrical advertising. I think having the choice to have that warm light fall on the subject's face is great because there are so many little shadows falling because of the elements that are in the lantern. Yes, it is giving interesting texture. But if this is an advertising piece, you want to have that connection with the subject and not have those things in the way, because you want to make sure you're stopping on this when you're scrolling. I think if you were to have another look at an image like this and make sure that that face is lit in a way that is more likely to get you to stop scrolling, this would be more successful.
Thank you. Next next print, please. Just while we're waiting for our judges, just a reminder about the Ian Poole Judges Award. For everybody sitting there, you can go and vote for your favourite judge. There is a box in the foyer. Go out there and vote. We have an initial score of 83, which is a silver award, and Chris is waving that hand quicker than Janine could, so.
You can add stuff later and make it even better, so it's okay. I'm on 88. I had this as a solid silver with distinction. It's not too hard a reach to figure out what we're advertising here. We're advertising creation of alcohol. I think all the correct things have been done here. We've got the brand represented in a great many of these. Perhaps these are intended to be used separately. Perhaps they're intended to be used as a collection. I think they each work separately. I think they work really nicely as a collection. And I think it's because it's about the alchemy of making this. Is that the word you were going to use? I stole your word. I'm so sorry. Like the figure at the top left, there's this magic. The figure at the middle right is like mixing the potion. And the one on the bottom left is that as well. And it's going through all the stages of creating this thing. So you're reading left to right, top to bottom, and the bottom right is like, ta-da, we've got that thing, and that's really cool. I actually super love the guy, the middle on the left, with his glasses kind of fogged over, like he wasn't supposed to look at the photographer, but he doesn't care. He's looking because there's a personality and a charm and a magic about this, and like. It has all the things you should have here. It has wonderful color tones. It's all warm. It's warm and rich, like this stuff should feel while you're drinking it. It's warm and rich, and everyone is beautiful, which is how they are after you've had a few drinks as well, so that's good too. But it does feel like a team of alchemists making this thing that I would like to now own. And if that's not the purpose of advertising, I don't know what is. So I'm on 88. I think this is a solid silver with distinction, and I'm super keen to chat.
Okay, just swivel that microphone to Mike, please.
Yeah, I gave the 77. I think the atmosphere within here is absolutely beautiful, as you say. It certainly supports the product. The lighting is great. I'm actually finding that the actors, and I'm going to call them actors, because I don't feel that they're real people. I feel as if the direction that's been given to them I don't feel them. I see them, but I don't feel them, and I think that's the main reason why I haven't gone into a high score. The feeling plastique on top, artificial.
Okay, can we hear from Bruce?
I was 82, silver. I'm definitely listening. I think it is really well put together. I may be a bit harsh. There was two things that sort of kept me in silver and didn't get me up to silver distinction, and that was the top right felt unbalanced to the rest of them. That lady is quite really centered on the right hand side, where she was a little bit into the middle. It'd feel like everything fit together because everybody would be in a similar vertical plane to each other. And the middle left one, which I love the fog glasses, but I can't even tell what the hell he's doing compared to the rest of them. And then the bottom right of that middle left one, there's nothing there. I don't know what that is. It just goes to brown, and where the rest of it is really well composed and put together. And so individually, I think most of them work exceptionally well, but those the top right one by itself probably would work really well as an advertisement, but that middle left one is the one that lets me down, even though it's really clever with the fog glasses.
Amber, something quickly and concise?
Yeah, just really quickly. I was on the same as you, Bruce, with 82, and I think I feel like it sort of sits there quite well. That was also my issue, was the way that they don't. I feel like several of them are very strong individual images, but as a series together, I just don't feel like they each sort of work together very well, sort of compositionally within an arrangement like that. And I really struggle with the fact that four of them are around about the same size within the frame, but then two of them are such different sizes, and I just, it really has it's just annoying.
Very concisely, please, Janine.
Very, very concise, because Chris stole my word. So I think what is being communicated here is very clear, and making whiskey is quite an industrial process, but what they're trying to show is the hand that makes the difference, the people that make the difference, and I think they've done that very successfully. I'm on 88.
Okay, Chris.
All right, let's go through some of those. So as far as them looking plastic and actory, this in real life, it doesn't quite look like this. There's some color grading in this that doesn't exist. So I think it's meant to have a fantasy element. Like, it's meant to be elevated from reality. So I'm okay with that. The top right subject, I think the fact that she is in front of a big thing is important. Like, she's driving a Zamboni. I'm sure she's not driving a Zamboni, but you know what I mean? Like, there's a big thing there. It's a tank or whatever. So without showing you a lot of that metal, you don't have the idea that it's a large thing. The guy, the middle on the left, that's a vat or a tank or whatever the correct word is, a storage thing. So it's curved. There's hoses coming out of it. There's probably like a little hatch, and he's going, yeah, look what's in here. So, you know, and maybe the fogging up is because that's where it's being roasted. I don't know what the right word is, but there's heat coming out of it, and that's why his glasses are fogged up. So they all work to me. The only thing that doesn't work is the crop of the bottom two images, and I actually feel like that's because the bottom right image, the hand has been cut off. I feel like that's a problem with the matte. I think the matte has been cut incorrectly, and there is a beautiful set of images underneath them. And if that had been done better, then I would have been singing in gold. Without that, I think we probably need to push this to a measly silver with distinction for this alchemy.
Rescore, please, judges. $86 silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 72, which is professional standards. Can we have a comment from Bruce, please?
Well done on capturing a party and getting all that colour and life and that in there. I'm reading this kind of either as an advertisement for the hotel, Ibis behind it, or the party function company. And that the problem with it is that it is so black heavy that we're losing so much detail that it kind of makes the image just dark and dreary and hard to read, even though you're kind of overtoning it to the point of no return. So be really mindful of how you look at the image, take a step back and go, if I saw this in a magazine or if I saw this somewhere on a website, is this inviting? Is this going to sell me what I want?
Thank you, Bruce. Right, can we have a blank screen, please? Mike, let's give you a break. And Jace. Right, can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 73, and Amber's looking really indignant, so take it away.
I was actually up on silver for this image. I think that as an image, it is really, really cool. I just feel like it has been let down by the paper choice, but I don't think that that means that it isn't awards worthy. I actually really love the I love the styling and the shape that's been created by those nasty black roots and like the curtain opening through the eyes here. I think that the paper choice is crushing it a little bit, but I don't think that it deserves to be in professional standard for that reason. What's happening, guys?
Jace.
I knew it. I'd put it firmly in professional standard for that. And I'll tell you why. A high key image, what should be a high key image and therefore should feel really like dynamic and edgy, has been turned into this kind of muddy thing where the highlights are almost darker than the other parts of the image. You know, where there's areas of contrast, it works, but as soon as you get out of that, it just looks grey, and the lack of ink on the paper is, when printing on metallic paper, having inkless areas is just such a overwhelming fault because it reflects the light so brutally, it overwhelms the rest of the image. You end up with there's just nothing there, and I wanted a dynamic high key image, and the lighting should feel dynamic and punchy, but because of that weird effect of the metallic paper, it's making it's really hard to look past. Maybe I need to try harder to look past it, and I will. I am, but it's the sin I'm struggling to forgive.
Okay, Chris.
So I was on 77. I gave this bronze, which I really wanted to reward the combination of the hair and the the way it's falling on the face and the outfit and all that. I think what stopped me, what kept me there is I'm thinking through. I know we don't know what the purpose of this is, but if the purpose is the hair, it's blown out in some areas and you can't see all the texture. And if the purpose is the garment, we've lost a whole bunch of texture in it. And if it's if the purpose is the person, we are seeing so little of them that I don't know how to take it to the next level. I don't know what this is trying to say to me. And I think there's some really good choices in here and there's some really good building blocks. Mostly I'm agreeing with Jace in it's not as dynamic as it could be. I actually think the paper has crushed it, and that has caused it a grievous injury. I don't think I'm going to be able to look past it.
Okay, Janine.
I'm 73, and I took the long view. I sat back and had a look, but that shadow under the nose is just so incredibly dominant from my distance, and I'd like you to perhaps have a talk about that one.
Okay, off you go.
Let's address the nose shadow to start with. I actually think that the dominant shadow there balances out the really, really black roots at the top there, and the face has become an object of graphic shapes in this image. So I actually feel like that hard lighting is a really appropriate choice here. I would never normally do this, but Jace, I invite you to turn around and look at the very high key image on the screen over here. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
Amber, we're
Well,
not
let me tell you that when I look at you, I can't help but see in my periphery a very high key, cool hair awards portrait is what I see, Chris. I believe that this is that this image has been made for a hair awards, and I just want to put this situation to you. Not all photographers print their own work for this competition. I wholeheartedly agree that having input into your printing is a really important aspect of entering the Iris Awards and entering a print competition, but I think that it is deeply unfair to mark something down so harshly for simply a paper choice that may not have actually been it may not have actually been entirely up to the entrant. So I'd like you to just think about that. If you want to glance in my direction and use your peripherals as I just go for a quick walk around here, you're welcome to. And I'm on a solid 82. Don't be a dick.
Rescore, please, judges. $77 Bronze Award. Can I just remind judges that you are not supposed to be watching the screen and that we will get something from Honours very shortly to tell us we shouldn't be doing that. Thank you. Just a blank screen, please. Actually, Amber, as your slap on the wrist, start talking about yourself, please.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Amber Griffin, and I'm about to be fired. I used to be a Sorry. No, I am a professional photographer. And predominantly I work in commercial and portrait areas, and I specialise in dance photography. And photography while I'm dancing, and also a lot of dancing while I'm judging. Yes. I'm from the Wairarapa in the North Island in New Zealand, and having a really fun time down here in Christchurch with this great group of people. And what else? So I'm just going to keep talking.
Keep going, you just keep
For the love, give it to Bruce. Okay, save me, Bruce, save me.
Hi, I'm Bruce. I am a photographer. I believe that's what we need to be saying. No, okay. Okay, so I'm Bruce Moyle. I am from Tasmania, another island somewhere in the world. West Island, okay. I will not try my Kiwi accent. So I'm a commercial photographer, documentary photographer. I do industrial, I do educational, I do all sorts of stuff apart from weddings and families. Have been doing it for quite a long time. I also am a cinematographer and originally an audio engineer. I've done all sorts of stuff in lots of different places. I enjoy learning people's stories, making weird work, and then in my side practice, which is what I'm most known for, is doing abstract and abstract portraits and really pushing weird ideas because it's fun not to follow the rules, a bit like Amber does in judging.
Thank you, Bruce. Right, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 84 silver. And Bruce's hand's gone straight up. You can do that.
I went 88 silver with distinction. This is a fairly clean, I'm not going to say completely clean, architectural award style image. I think the positioning of the lines is very well done, and the lines are straight where they need to be in respect to like the verticals. Easy to distort those and actually have things push out. So probably shot with a tilt shift or something like that as a guess. The diagonals work really, really well, and the colours are saturated just right. So I awarded this actually for the printing kind of as well as the subject matter, because I think getting those lush colours to sit so well is actually kind of difficult depending on your paper choice, and I think the paper choice here is actually well thought out. Yes, there is some dirty marks across the top of the building and stuff like that, but I think once again they've kept some of that to keep the authenticity of the actual space. Yeah, I'm not asking for gold. I'm asking for a solid silver distinction. So yeah, let's talk.
Just swivel that microphone to Amber, please.
Am I the lowest? Okay. I just brought this into the silver range at 80. I see all of those things that you have spoken about, Bruce, but I'm not sure. I struggle, apart from obviously the mango-y orange colour and that appears in both buildings, I'm sort of struggling a bit with the relationship between those two that feel sort of like quite separate spaces. And I feel overall that the colouring within the whole thing, apart from in the sky, actually just feels a little bit muddy to me. Like I feel like if this was on a screen in front of me, I would want to just like lift the levels up a bit, pull them a bit tighter. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So that was sort of what kept me down at 80, and I suppose I'm searching for a bit more wow factor.
Okay. Oh, look, they're both looking eager. Who's going to do it? Chris.
I'm on 82, so I had it as a solid silver. You talked about some of the marks that weren't clean. That's fine. Like I kind of like seeing the blinds through the window and stuff like that. That's neat. It's funny. The thing that bothers me the most, I feel like the right-hand element, all those colors are deeply saturated, but the black line that separates them allows them to sit neatly within my brain. On the left, that kind of orangey mango-y color is strobing. I find it uncomfortable. I find the way it's striped and next to the white. My eyes don't want to rest on it, and I don't know if that's what it looks like in reality. Because I feel like the colors have been pushed a little bit, but they've been pushed in a way that to me is uncomfortable. There's a couple nods. I may not be the only one thinking that, because it makes it uncomfortable for my eyes to rest on it. I don't want to spend as much time with this as I could, and it's defeating the purpose. Still, I put this in 82 because I think it is really solid. But that one element makes it feel uncomfortable to me.
Really concisely?
There's also on the left-hand building. I think something has been digitally removed clumsily, and there's a ghost of it still there. So it's not a. Maybe you could argue that it's a physical part of the building that's got a weirdness, but I think a sign or something has been taken out, and its ghost is still there, which needs refinement.
Okay, Bruce.
I didn't see the ghosty bit, but I'll take it if it is there or not. Did I get you?
No, not you. Carry on.
Cool. Just injuring other gingers, I think. The strobiness is also. Everybody has different eyes, and I certainly don't get that, but that's fine. I think the actual hero of this is the checkerboard style building, so that's what we're meant to be looking at for the predominantly, and that line pushes us towards it anyway. So I'm sorry about your eyes. I can't answer to that one. so anybody know an optometrist? We've got some customers for you. I just think it's solid, and I think it's worthy of a solid silver distinction. And I'm happy to sit at my 88 and see where you guys go.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. $85, silver distinction. Can we have a blank screen, please? Okay, we're going to give Janine a rest, and Belinda, if you'd like to come back in. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Jace, would you like to give feedback, please?
Yeah. I assume this is probably a visual reference to a fairy tale or something that I don't understand. So I apologise for not understanding it. I actually gave quite a good score, but I think the challenge here is with such small subjects and such large areas of not subject that have to justify themselves or make sense somehow. They've got to be strong, and the lighting has to be across them has to be perfectly considered, and maybe needs a little refining.
Okay, judges, do you want to? Okay, next image, please. Okay, can we have some scores, please, judges? Okay, we have an initial score. We actually have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Amber, would you like to give feedback, please?
I certainly would. What a really striking and beautiful image of decay. I'm fairly sure that this is a sunflower, and yeah, I think that the subtlety with the lighting and the way that this has been handled is just very, very beautiful, and it's an unusual presentation to have something like this in the commercial category. I'm not sure what the commercial application for this would be, but I do think that it's a very beautiful and unique image.
Thank you, Amber, for that feedback. Can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 82 silver, and Jace's finger's gone straight out.
Yeah, go on. I have this 88. I don't know if it's just because I got hypnotised, mind manipulated by this barcode situation. It's quite challenging to score because it is honestly quite challenging to look at. But as an exercise in sort of minimal maximalism. There's very little here. There's so much going on. It's quite overwhelming. And so I wanted to talk about it. So I put a brave score in because I think it's worth something pretty good. But I don't have much more to say yet.
Okay, Amber.
I was on 74 for this, and the reason being that I was hypnotised by the strobing barcode, and when I recovered, I saw that the edges of the barcode are off, and I just feel like in an image where lines and verticals are the whole image, in order for this print to receive an award, those things can't be wrong because that is the whole image. The other thing that I would really like to say, and I've never ever recommended this in my life, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I actually think that this image would have worked better with a very rich black matte. You actually probably could have hidden the imperfections in those verticals with a black matte. That's all I would like to say.
Can we hear from Belinda, please? You're in the middle.
Sure. Yeah, this is quite a striking image, and I scored an 85, so I wanted to talk about it too. Thanks, Jace. I can see the issue that you're talking about. It's relatively minimal. I feel like going down to just professional standard was probably, not worthy. I think could come up a little bit. I just really love the graphic nature of this, and we all had a reaction to it when we stood up there, and I think that has to count for something. So yeah, I'm on an 85, and I'm listening to more, Jace.
I hadn't seen the verticals on the edge thing, and when you first pointed it out, I was crestfallen, but the longer I've looked at it, the more I don't care. I went to the back of the room and looked, and it still looked cool. And I would invite you to consider the philosophy behind sand mandalas in that only the gods can achieve perfection. This is a graphical, powerful thing, and I don't think anyone except nerds like us who are looking way too closely will notice that left-hand edge is just ever so slightly curling out of shot. I mean, that could just be a problem with the timber. Go and see Home Depot and complain to them. I think this is cool, it's striking, it's worth silver distinction.
Rescore, please. Good talking, 85, silver distinction. Can we have the next print, please? Turn the light. Right, turn the lights on. Sorry. We will. We have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Congratulations. Let's go to Jace for a comment.
It's a bit criminal that we're all on the same page and don't get to talk about it because it's exquisite. I think as a hairstylist's award image, as mentioned before, or something like that, it's just done such a good job of taking an insane avant-garde hairstyle and presenting it in an avant-garde way, striking lighting, strong conceptual design. Really, that's fantastic. If I was going to give you some pointers, I think maybe if you're going to use a hard-edged shadow, you should use a hard-edged light. There's a bit of softness to the edge of the lighting on that circle. The placement of the shadow jutting out in front of the model's nose interrupts a really critical part of the composition slightly, but I'm trying really hard to find things to pick nits about. So good job.
Thank you, Jace. Right, can we have a blank screen, please? Chris, go have a break. Mike, come on back. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 79 bronze. Belinda, you're in that next range, so you can challenge this.
Absolutely. We'd have to redo it anyway, so let's have a chat. I scored this 83, and I did so because it gave me an emotional impact when I actually saw it. I'm not entirely sure what the purpose this is for in a commercial sense. Once again, it's not my forte, but I do really like each of the individual images by themselves, and I like them together, and the different colour palettes. We've obviously got the one on the left hand is, we've got fire and there's some danger there, and there's also danger on the right side here with the blue, the freezing cold. I think it's been beautifully lit. I think that it's quite effective in communication, and yeah, I think that it sits solidly in the silver range. I'd like to hear more from someone else.
You can hear from Mike Langford.
Wasn't that low, but anyway, I gave it a bronze, and I feel quite comfortable with that. I totally applaud the feeling of warmth and cold and the comparison of the elements. However, I find, given that this is the commercial environment, the lighting is very harsh, and where we've got the soft, cuddly feel, it still feels harsh. And I think there should be some sympathy with the lighting to the message that's being communicated. So that's why I've kept it as a bronze instead of a silver.
Actually, I've got to go to Bruce because he had his hand up first, Jace. So.
I'm in bronze as well, and initially when you see these are quite nice pairing, but the reason why I didn't go higher is actually because of consistency of the styling. They're different beds, they're different heights. I really applaud the orange, and the print of that orange is really nice. The lighting, I go with Mike on that as well. I found that they're actually quite incongruent when you actually look at them. They're two different times, two different places, and while the girl seems to be the same person, everything else doesn't match.
Can I be quick?
Fury.
I think the message is supposed to be that in a warm house you can sleep happily and be healthy, and in a cold house you're awake and it's not healthy.
Yeah, and perhaps these images aren't meant to be used side by side like this. Maybe they're meant to be used in juxtaposing campaigns in that regards. It's in regards to the harsh lighting, I actually feel like that sort of hones the message in. You know, we've got, like I said, we've got this freezing cold room. It is harsh. It feels harsh when you're that cold. Then we've got this fire and smoke on the other side, and that's danger. So that sort of harsh lighting kind of feels like it belongs in this situation to me. Look, we're sitting on a 79. I'm only asking for silver. I'm not asking for the world. So yeah, let's get it up there.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 81, silver award. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? Oh, actually, hang on a minute, judges. We've just got to get through the... Yep, off you go. Okay, we have a majority of 75, which is a bronze award. Could we get a comment from Belinda, please?
Sure. Well, I saw this come up in the run-through. Being an animal person, photographer myself, I was looking forward and hoping I get to judge this one. Unfortunately, when you get up there, the flamingo is actually quite soft. There's no shadows underneath to ground it, and the lighting is quite flat. So I'd encourage the photographer to go back and have a look at redoing this and look at refining some of those details.
Thank you, Belinda. Lovely comments. Can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 77, and Amber's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I'm on 84, a really strong silver. I really enjoy the way the photographer has allowed the three animals to really dominate the space here by keeping everything else very sort of dark and muddy in the background. It's actually a very busy background. There's a lot going on, but all of that has been muted down to really allow the dogs to own the space there. I also find the expression on the dogs' faces quite hilarious, and I enjoy kind of how mean and full on those working dogs really look. So I think this is a silver. What do you guys think?
Well, we're going to ask Bruce, so...
I was in professional practice 70. I think as an image itself, if I was the dog's owner, I'd be pretty happy with this. As just a capture of these dogs, probably sitting still for once in their lives. But I really struggle to find a commercial application for this. Not that I need to know exactly what it is, but it's not really obvious. It just feels like it's toned just so we highlight the dogs, but the dogs are not doing anything that I can see that is helping me tell a story that would be to advertise, sell, create editorial or anything like that. So I think it's solid pitch, and that's why I put in professional practice.
Okay, I've got 3 of you on the same score, so who'd like it in the middle? Belinda?
Yeah, so I gave this image a 78, and I'm pretty happy with it sitting there. I appreciate what you're saying about the toning down of the surrounds to make those dogs really pop out. I think it's been done a little bit too heavy. It's a little bit too muddy. As far as the dogs themselves are concerned, these guys are working dogs, right? So for an editorial or commercial use, you'd be looking at something, like country vets, dog food, things like that for working dogs. However, the dog on the right, the white dog, he's not comfortable. I can tell that by the way the dog's ears are laid back. The other 2 dogs are quite good. The one in the middle, that expression is absolutely fantastic, which is one of the reasons why I brought it up into the high bronze range in the first place. So yeah, there's a few issues there that are probably stopping me from coming up to silver though.
Okay, back to you, Amber.
Well, it's pretty hard to argue with Belinda Richards when it comes to reading dog happiness. So, however, I have neighbours that have got working dogs, so I've had discussions with them about the price of those working dogs, which I was absolutely blown away by. That could be another application for it. Not that you need to understand the application, Bruce. I'm not asking for a high silver, I'm just asking for a few more points, please. Thank you.
Rescore. Judges, you know what to do with the review. 79 or 80, please. Just thinking about it, so you should be good to go very shortly. Go for it. 79 Bronze Award. Congratulations to the photographer. Next, actually blank screen, please. Bruce, take a break. Janine, come on in. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 81 silver. And either Jace or Mike, who's going to challenge this one? Jace?
Apparently me. That's a remarkable haircut. Maybe there's a little jealousy from a balding man, but I think to treat it so powerfully, make the hair the star of the show, while still creating a character from the model without without that character dominating the main event, which is the hair, the work of the hairstylist. It's really, it's skillfully handled. And I want to hear why you didn't give it more points.
Okay, Belinda, can you explain?
Sure thing. I gave this image a 73 in professional practice. The reason why I did is because I don't believe that the hair is the star of the show here. I think it all blends in, and something you guys might not know about me is I'm a qualified hairdresser. And in the 90s, I did a hairdressing apprenticeship. So I've actually had a bit of experience with hair shows and things like that. And at the moment, yeah, so I'm not feeling that the hair is the star of the show in this. The images that are used for that purpose are so bold and so well lit. We're missing information in that front part of the fringe of the hair. It's gotten darker as it's been burnt down from behind. There's also some banding in that back spotlight that's on the back wall there, which is all reasons why I kept it down in the professional practice range, and for a hair show application, which I'm assuming that's what it is. Most people don't wear their hair like this on a daily basis. We don't need as much of that body. So yeah, I'm willing to listen though. So yeah, tell me.
Okay, in the middle we have got Amber.
Yes, I gave this an 82, but I really feel like Belinda has sort of spoken to a lot of the issues that I had with this already. The only thing that I would like to add is I know that you've already said that the whole sort of bottom half of the image just doesn't really add a lot to it. I feel like if this is for a hair competition, which I kind of assume that it is, I just think that this is the wrong crop for this image, and I think it would really sit much better within as a headshot crop, with no collar breaking the skin, and because I think that the actual hair piece is very, very cool, but just the photography hasn't done the hair piece enough justice to move it any higher for me.
Okay, Jess.
All right, I just want you to imagine for a second a bottle of blue hair dye, clear cut and placed over the lower right quadrant of the space, and some copy running in the lower left, and some copy running across the model's body. Not necessarily, if you're assuming it's a hair styling competition, it's different. This is more like an advertising shot for product, and there's lots of room to overlay branding, 3 different size bottles and some text, and that space starts to make sense. I hear you that the handling of that background highlight could be refined. It's there to define the shoulder and body outline, and I think it does its job well. Maybe it doesn't need to be quite so strong. It can be a little distracting, but I think it does its job. A little bit of burning at the top. It's a pretty minor thing to pull it back so far on. So let's get silver out of this.
Rescore. We have a score of 82, which is a silver award. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges, your 83 initial score, silver award. And Janine's challenging that.
So I wasn't far away. I was on 86. So I saw many good things going on in this image. It's got this sort of fairy tale quality, and the interpretation could be taken a few different ways actually, because the model is so sort of desaturated, and I thought, gosh, you know, that's possibly not such a good thing, and not photographically, but in terms of the story. I enjoyed the fall of light across her body, and the beauty in her hands and feet. So we're talking 3 points here. So just be interested to hear where other judges are at.
Jace, please. Well, yeah, you're all on pretty much the same score, so... Oh, Mike, yep.
Fair enough. Look, I gave this 82. I'm absolutely... I would be prepared to go up, because I actually, the more I look at this, the skin tone being that slight blue, I think helps to that unreal sort of feel to it. It's not about reality, it's about an idea, about a dream. So taking it into that realm by getting rid of real things. The high key is working really well. The floatiness is totally believable for me. And I actually like the tone of the image. So I think all the elements are coming together to make it work on a higher level, which is called a distinction, I think.
Amber?
Yeah, I was in the silver range for this on 82, and oh gosh, the more that we talk about it, the less I'm liking it. I really see what you mean about the skin tone thing, and that was actually my first thought when I looked at this up close, is that I feel as though this person is drowning, and I feel like the desaturation almost makes this person look dead, and I'm not sure that would be the intention of this image. I think this has been shot underwater, because the way that the fabric is floating definitely feels like has an underwater feeling to it, and you can sort of see some of the underwater murky aspects within the blue tones down there. But then you look at the hair, and the hair really doesn't look like it's underwater. It looks sort of as though it's been comped into something that would be more styled. So that sort of is a bit of a disconnect for me. And then the other way that I read this image is as a dance image, and because, you know, she feels a bit like a dancer with her pointed feet. But if that were the case, then it's quite her arms just carry far too much tension, and they're very, very straight. And so I don't know. It's just it's really confusing to me.
Okay, Janine?
Yes, right. Okay. Just an easy one to start off with. I think the hair, the ends of the hair actually do look like they're in the water. I'm perhaps not so sure about the top of the crown, but I do feel that is authentic to the scene. And I'm the posing, I feel like from a graphics point of view, it does really work. It's, I mean, there might be too much tension in the arms, but the shape is really, really beautiful. And I must admit, when I first saw this image, I instinctively went silver distinction without really thinking about why. I just guess I felt it, and I was actually kind of connected a little to that death and drowning story, and I think that's why I went there. So it's not necessarily positive, but I certainly felt it from that point of view. So it is unreal, it is a dream, and it's not necessarily a good one. So I'm on 86, I think we were 83, so there's very little room to just bring us up into a silver distinction.
Rescore, please. Good talking. We have an 86 silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. We have an initial score of 84 silver. Janine?
So I was on 88, and I was particularly enjoying the Renaissance painting kind of vibe of this image, and the tobacco sort of coloured or toned roses. And then for me, the kicker really was that it was squeezed into a box, and and that frame just works so well. I think if that hadn't have been there, I wouldn't have been near as positive about it. But they've actually intentionally really come in close using that box frame, and the box is beautiful. So I would urge you to consider coming up a little, just to get us into silver distinction, which I think this richly deserves. It is a very rich image, by the way.
Okay, Jace, you're at the bottom.
I was 81 silver. I really denied over this. There's some lovely tonality and lighting control and handling in a lot of the subject, the bulk of the subject. The box is sort of aesthetic touch to me. It's not a storytelling element, and the difference in width between the sides and the top and bottom. I was looking for a story or a meaning for that inclusion, especially when that top left rosebud crashes into the top edge. And I tried to infer something about breaking out of the box or something, but I couldn't really work that out. So beautiful tonal control, but that wasn't enough alone to get me out beyond silver.
Okay, we're going to Amber in the middle there, right on the scoring.
I was right at the top of silver, and Janine, I will be coming up with you, so thank you for challenging this image. In the words of Russell Hamlet, that we can hear over there, Jace, we just don't always need a story. Sometimes it's okay to just appreciate something for its aesthetic beauty and the feeling that it gives you. So try to embrace your inner femininity and allow the roses into your soul.
Okay, Janine.
Yeah, what she said. Look, yeah. Actually, that's it. That's it. She's done a great job.
Thank you, judges. Rescore, please. $87 silver distinction. Well done to the photographer. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 69 professional standard, and Amber is so indignant she can challenge that.
Okay then. I actually gave this a solid bronze. I know that everything's out of focus, but I feel like quite a cool and artful image has been created from something that might have actually been reject photos. And that is what I am appreciating about this.
Okay, Jace.
Good grief. It's certainly technique over anything. And this sort of kaleidoscopic treatment is interesting, but not enough on its own to carry me anywhere to imagine a plausible commercial application, except wallpaper. I don't know. Maybe that's legitimate. It's interesting to look at. I'll give it that. But it's sort of more interesting from further away, and then the closer you get, the less it sort of gets a little bit too literal, but it's a little bit too abstract. So I really struggled to find something in it to reward. I commend the exploration and the experimentation, though.
Can we hear from Belinda, please?
Yeah, I gave this a 72 for the experimentation mostly. I think I really struggle because I just cannot work out what I'm looking at. And I'm a bit with Jace in that because I can't figure out what I'm looking at, I can't think of any plausible reason for it to be in the commercial category. Or for what it could be used commercially for. So I think that's where I'm struggling. So I don't know if you can help me out there, Amber.
Amber.
Friends, I hear you. I hear that you are struggling. Let me help you. The commercial category is all about selling things, right? And I believe wholeheartedly that this is actually an advertisement for LSD. If you go in there and have a good old close look, Jace, you're going to start to see owls, flamingos, all sorts of shapes happening in there, man. The closer in you get, the frickin' more hallucinogenic and crazy that it actually really gets. So I think that perhaps we should be rewarding this in the commercial category with at least a bronze.
Rescore, please, judges. $69. Professional standard. Well, good effort. Well done to the photographer. Thank you. And that is our last print, so we've got a little bit of time, judges, to stand up and do some exercises or something. Okay, judges, please don't leave the room. We are going to be very quick on the changeover. Righty-ho, we've had a break for the changeover to digital. Thank you very much for your patience. We've had a quick judge change with Chris Anderson and Bruce Moyle coming in for Amber Griffith and Jace Blair. So let's start this, and first image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 83 silver award, and Mike's going to challenge that.
I gave this 87. It's certainly taken us past an ordinary viewpoint. I just find the styling incredibly spot on in terms of not just the hair, but the lips, the eyes, the fabrics, separation of foreground from background. I mean, it's just highly stylized and really quite pure.
Okay, we're coming down to Janine.
Thanks, Mike. I did see all those things, and I felt like it clearly communicated the hairdressing competition or whatever. But I was wondering whether it had been masked and how successful that was, just especially around that hair piece. It seemed to be quite jarring on the edges. And the lighting I felt was could have been more dynamic for this situation, especially on that hairpiece, which is the hero of the shot. But look, I'm actually really listening quite hard to this.
Okay, Chris, you're on the scoring.
Yep. So right on the average there. I'm mostly with you, Mike. Like I think this is a really strong hair piece. That sounds wrong. It's a really, you know what I mean. If you ignore the hair for a minute, the face and the fabric is perfect. It's exactly what it should be in a way that is beautiful and not exceptional. I don't know if that makes any sense. It's like you look at it and you go, well, that's right, and you don't spend any more time on it. You spend time on the hair, which is spot on, I think, except for the way that it's been potentially cut out. And that's probably where I had the issue as well, like particularly just above the ear towards the right of the frame looks more abrupt than it should be. And that could have been handled, maybe it's not, but it still feels like an abrupt edge, and it could have been handled with something like a different lighting on the back or something like that. But I still have this in silver because I think it's wonderful.
Okay, Mike.
Yeah, and for all those reasons, I still have it as a silver with distinction, which is why I haven't gone up to gold. I do think this is quite an exceptional image, and in terms of advertising, I think it will totally hit the mark, and I think everyone will be absolutely thrilled with it. I'm really just trying to differentiate between a silver and something a little bit higher. And I'm just going that little bit higher, that's all. So just have a think about it.
Okay, rescore, please. We have a score of 84 silver award. Well done. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 78, bronze award, and Chris's hand's gone up for his challenge.
Yep, I'm on 82 in silver. I think basics, technically, well shot, well handled, verticals are vertical, the highlights are right, the shadows are right, like it's got all the bits it should have, so that's great. Let's look at what we're selling. We're selling, I assume this is an architectural piece. I assume this is to sell this house. And I was all ready to kind of say, oh, this is probably not quite silver because I want to be stepped back a little bit and use a longer lens to compress it so you can see that beautiful ocean that's out there, because to me that's one of the selling points of the house is that you can see the water. And then it's like, well, no, if you do that, now the house is small. The way it's shot with that wider lens, the house is gigantic. So I think maybe the photographer went through similar choices, but I think good choices have been made here to show the way the structure feels, how clean it is, to show the colors, to show the idea that there's inside and outside, to walk all the way through the house, and then show us the hero that we're on the ocean. Like it's actually a really compelling sales pitch. Even though the ocean is taking up, like 2% of the frame, I naturally want to go in here and travel through this space and go have a look at it. That makes me want to go to the open house. This has done its job, which is why I've got it in silver.
Okay, Janine.
So unfortunately, I stopped before I even got through the door. I was immediately drawn to the diagonal stripes going down the wall leading into the plant, and that just stopped me in my tracks. I really couldn't get my eyes past that to really have a good think about the structure and consider all the good things about it, because I was so distracted by that, the brightest part of the image leading down into a pot plant.
Okay, let's hear from Bruce.
I'll be quick. I agree with you, Chris, about the actual intent of this is really, really good. And the diagonal lines show what the actual roof is without showing your roof, which is perfectly fine for me. My biggest problem was the tree and how it feels so incongruous to the rest of the image. The top of that tree is the only thing that held me back from silver.
Okay, Chris.
So I guess when looking at the tree, thanks for answering the questions about diagonal lines, because I feel the same. It explains the architecture of those roof panels without showing you, which is great. And the choice to wait until the sun is at the angle that it's at means that it's not a weird line, it's at a 45-degree angle. So I think that's quite an intentional choice. And those lines lead you to where? It could be nothing. That would be disappointing, or it could be a stab of red that is actually a bit of a feature piece, and that's why I think that pot should actually be a little bit incongruous, because there's an echo of that, and whatever's the door handle is red, so you can see if the door was closed, there would be a lovely harmony of color there. You know what? The leaves are probably not handled as well as they could be, and if they were handled better, I'd be higher, but they're not. So that's what keeps me at silver and stops me from going up. But every other element belongs and has been handled well, I think. So I'd love for you to consider a couple more points and get this up into silver, please.
Rescore, please. Lovely talking. 80 silver award. Well done to the photographer. Okay, let's have the next image, please. We have judges, you're pretty even. 76 bronze award. Well done to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Mike, please?
This would be hugely improved had that green hillside been darkened down. It's become far too dominant on the image. The lighting in the rest of the area is really dynamic and exciting, and then you keep finding this ordinary sort of green area that's got nothing in harmony with the rest of the image. So darken down what's not important and celebrate what is.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 74 professional standard. Okay, can we get a comment from Bruce, please?
Well done on putting a different agriculture shot in. What I would suggest you do is be really mindful in the way you position your drone above objects, and it's slightly off on the actual tractor. You really want to give that the focus, but you also need to show what's going on. So be really mindful about your highlights and how everything fits together to make sure that what you're trying to sell or show really nails it.
Thank you, Bruce. Next image, please. Okay, we have a initial score of 78 bronze award. Janine, you help.
So I put this image into the silver category at 83. I really felt the power of this image, perhaps in the photographer's direction to the model, was very good. And the posing goes with the attitude of the hair, along with the bright white background, to really set that off. And everything is about power and almost aggression. And I think the photographer's done very well to capture this. So, yeah, I'd just like to hear from other judges why perhaps not in silver.
Okay, Chris.
So I'm on 76. I had this still in the bronze range because I wanted to really reward the collection of things that the photographer has put together and the potential to make something that's really exceptional. And I feel like nearly every piece in here was really close, but not quite right. So the hair, if it's a hair advertising thing, it's just kind of getting wispy and we're losing detail on the end, so we don't get to enjoy all the detail. If it's the clothes, we're really close to being symmetrical, but not quite. That the bolero is kind of off to one side, so if it was more centered, that would be great. If it's the bodysuit underneath, it's gone to full shadow, so we've lost all the detail. And if it's the face and makeup, there's that shadow from the nose that becomes really very distracting. So it's like it's 85% of the way there across the whole image, but all of those things add up to make me kind of feel like, you know, I think it belongs in bronze. I think it's a really good collection of elements, but it hasn't quite been executed to silver level yet.
Thank you, Bruce.
I just, yeah, I agree with Chris. The only thing I would say is, because it's been shot high key, the hair, if the hair is the star of the show, it's lost a lot of detail because of that bleed from the actual strobe, or I assume it's the strobe, which is really critical in this sort of application when you're working.
Okay, Janine.
Yes, I do hear what you're saying about the lighting. I think part of the problem with the hair is not just lighting, but it could actually be the style itself is really quite wispy on the ends and probably very difficult to get in any setting. And as far as the sort of slightly not symmetrical, I think that's the function of the aggressive pose that the model is actually striking, and it does make it, to my eye, perhaps a little more dynamic than just being straight on. So I think Chris captured it really well when he said, look, we're really close and it's a really good all-round effort, and I think that's what I was actually rewarding on 83. So maybe just consider a couple of extra points for this photographer.
Rescore, please. Okay, we've got a score of 78, Bronze Award. Okay, we're going to give Belinda a break. Amber, please come back. Let's have the next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 73, professional standard. Cool, can we have a comment for the photographer, please, Bruce?
Interesting capture of, I'm going to assume, helicopter shooting brumbies. I don't know if you call them that here in Australia, like ore surveying and stuff, wild horses. The biggest issue I see in this is not the time and location, it is actually the resolution of this image. And that's not something I usually want to pick on, but it feels really heavily cropped to give us this situation, and it's just lost so much quality of image because it's soft. It's become very soft, and it should be really dynamic because it's a really dynamic space.
Thank you for your comments. Let's go to the next image, please. Okay, we have a majority score of 75, which is a Bronze Award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Chris, please?
Congrats on your bronze. I think it's good styling and a good way of showing the before and the after. A couple things to look at. Before is on the left and after is on the right. I know it's a weird thing, but we read left to right, so I'd almost want to swap that around to put the ingredient on the left. But also, please don't cut people's feet off. Like that is, especially because one of them is in and one of them is partially cropped out. A little tiny bit of breathing room in there, or decisively cropping off at a good point would make a big difference for this.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Bruce, please?
Awesome bit of architecture. You've done well in the composition and putting all the elements in the right spot. My biggest thing was the highlights on the right-hand side. They just are too hot and they're losing some of the signage and things like that. Just a little bit more balance in that space to the left-hand side, and I think you're on a winner.
Lovely, thank you very much. Next image, please. Just as our judges are having a look, if you've enjoyed the judging in this room today, go and check out the box out there for the Ian Poole Award and pop in a name or two or three. Thank you. Okay, we have a score of 72, which is professional standard. You're all pretty even, judges. Have we got a comment for our photographer, please? Bruce again.
When you're entering a commercial category, really think about if this is giving us something we can look at to sell or advertise or something like that. The biggest issue I have with this, and the thing I think it elevates it, is actually the feet need to be removed. Those footprints and that skeletal bird by themselves might be able to sell you a story a lot more effectively than having that bit of human at the bottom, because the human is already in the footprints.
Lovely, thank you. Can we have Jace and Bruce switch out, please? Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 77 bronze award. Cool. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Mike, please?
Yes, well done getting a bronze. I actually find that hand, the placement of the hand and the position of the hand and the tone of the hand is actually dominating the whole image. So just be careful about elements that aren't that important and make them less important.
Lovely, thank you, Mike. And you can take a break for a moment. And Belinda, can you pop back in, please? Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 78 Bronze Award. And Amber's going to take that challenge.
Thank you, Jace. I scored this in the silver category, in the silver range at 83. Because we're not in the landscape category, we're in the commercial category. And I think that if this image was being used to advertise a view or advertise a location, I'm buying it. I love it. I want to be there. I want to be in an Airbnb looking out onto that. It's gorgeous. Talk to me.
Well, Jace can talk to you.
I'm going to have to, aren't I? Oh, I gave the 62. And because it's in the commercial category, if I'm doing this as client work, I'm going to find the platonic ideal of a flock of birds. I can comp together any collection of bird shapes, silhouettes into any background. I can use a longer lens, I can compress that sunset view to get the strongest sunset view I can and the strongest, most idyllic flock of perfect birds I can, and sell the dream if I'm selling the dream. Why would I have a funny bunch of misshapen birds there?
Okay, and in the middle we've got Janine.
So yes, I was sitting right on the average of 78. I think possibly in response to Jace's point about putting together, a much more perfected image, I'd like to say that some organisations really want authenticity in their imagery. If you're Fish and Game or Environment, whoever, it possibly wouldn't be so good to look at a composite image. So this is genuine. I also really enjoyed the shape of it because it has really good application as a header on a website and that sort of thing. So I'm in support of the image, and yeah.
Okay, back to you.
Thank you so much. You took the words right out of my mouth. I feel in years gone by, I would have absolutely agreed with you. But I have really noticed in my commercial work over the last few years that I have had a lot of pushback against, basically against perfection and against over retouching things. And I really strongly feel that the better the AI gets at making perfection, the more our clients are leaning into authenticity. And I think that is one of the reasons why I'm really, really happy for these birds to be real and this place to be real. And I don't want to buy this view and get there and then not see the absolute perfection that was sold to me. I just want honesty. So let's reward honesty.
Rescore, please. Judges, 79 bronze. I will click the button and you will either go 79 bronze, 80 gold, 80 silver. It's been a very long day, sorry. We have a score of 79 bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from... Nobody's looking at me. Belinda?
Yeah, congratulations on your bronze award. This is a really striking image with obviously, selling this really vibrant hair colour. I think to improve this is probably just maybe hold back on the smoke or fog effects. I think that the fog at the front is quite distracting, and then it sort of goes really heavy, and then we've got these black spots, and then we've got more again, and it just sort of feels a bit disjointed. So maybe have a play around with that to elevate this image.
Okay. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 81, silver award. Cool, congratulations. Oh, you want to? Oh, you're challenging. Yeah, go for it.
Sweet. I'm on 87. So I put this into silver with distinction. I see this as a strong branding image for stairs and for this element that you can use in your home. It's an unusual set of stairs. How do you show this in a way that really shows off all the different personalities of how this looks under different lighting conditions? And the extremes of showing, because of the way the light's falling on this, you kind of get to see what it looks like in really muted light at the top left-hand corner, in much more diffuse light at the bottom right-hand corner, with some lovely hard light with some interesting texture in the middle. And the color comes through really nicely, like you can see how it behaves under different lighting conditions. Initially, I was concerned about the impact of those stabs of light that could be considered to be overwhelming coming through in the bottom left hand of the image. Without that, this would have been very one note. It would have had all the lines just kind of falling top left to bottom right, and with it, it's this one, like, because it's making that X shape, there's this wonderful kind of cross pattern that's going on. You have the left to right as they fall diagonals, you have the opposite diagonals, you have the vertical lines of the posts, which are nice and vertical. They are exactly right. So there's no messing that up. It's perfect. I love the way the light is strong in some places and diffuse in others, and it's showing the effect of the stairs on how light falls. Like, there's just a lot about this that makes me kind of, I'm not really excited about stairs in life normally, but this would make me go, huh, there is stuff you can do with this that makes my home more interesting. Wow, it's stairs, and it's done a good job. 87. Let's talk about it.
Jace or Amber, you can fight it out.
What am I doing, giving this a bronze? I'm definitely listening. I think I found a bit of visual confusion, and also just sort of lighting confusion. I wasn't sure what was going on with the lighting in the top right. That brightness does kind of balance. Yeah, I'm listening. I don't have strong complaints.
Amber?
I would like to apologise for initially scoring this a 77. Jace's negativity I've been finding a little bit contagious over here. Because I really do. There is so much about this to like, and I feel like you're going to be able to talk me up, Chris. the things that I have, I actually love those three sharp, like of light on that side. I think that's awesome. But I am struggling with the really white, bright highlight up here, only because it's so sharp and then it goes soft and then it goes back to sharp, and I don't really understand why it would be doing that. The other thought that I had just before I put my 77 score in was, oh, I just actually really wish that this had been shot with a much longer lens to help to, I don't know, like take the distortion away from those stairs. But I've just been sitting here thinking about that, and that would actually be a really bad idea, because then you might not really even be able to tell that there's stairs. I'm finishing. So yes, I really can see this on, say, a joiner's, a cabinet maker, a stair maker's website, and I think it's great.
Okay, Chris. Oh, yep.
Very quickly, I was on 82, so definitely in support of this image, and I am going to come up. I think the lighting in there, and I think this is a really important point, it really draws our attention to the actual materials that these really funky stairs are made out of. And so we really look in and go, oh, the grain of that wood is absolutely beautiful. And I think you'd miss that if the lighting was less dynamic, and also the steel work and all the rest of it. So yeah, I'll be coming up.
Chris.
All right. So that hard versus soft light, kind of around where the handrail is. I'm not sure that I can explain it very well, actually. I think it's pleasing to the eye. I think that's enough for me. It's been built, right? So someone in this category can do whatever you want, and so we've taken care to do that. Having that bright light towards the right makes it a real space. There's a window there. There's light coming in from outside, and it's a little more, this could be in my house. You know, it's a little more real, and I could imagine the application of it. Janine, agree with you completely about the dynamism of the light. Dynamism is a great word. Allowing the wood grain and the different personalities and textures of the wood to come through, both on the stairs and in this house, what the wall has been made out of. Perhaps that's also what's being sold. We're talking a lot about an image that we think is selling stairs, which is not. It wasn't on my bingo card today, so let's reward this with silver distinction bingo, please.
Rescore, please. $86 silver distinction. Well done to the photographer. Chris, you possibly allocated some word limits today, so let's give you a bit of a break. Janine, you as well. And Mike and Bruce, would you come back in, please? Let's have our next image, please. Can I have that chocolate packet, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 73, and Jace's hand's gone straight up. Off you go.
That's where my gut feel was initially, but then I took a risk because I think this is very deliberately the way it is. I think this is very intentionally created in this way, or at least I'm choosing to believe that. I think this is a fashion image which is a bit of a reference or an homage to a different era of a style of photography, and I think it's like deliberately bad in a good way. So I really like that. I think the choice of the gels on the lower background, the really the camera movement technique, the the indifference of the model, and the kind of direct flash vibe. They're all choices, and I think they've been done specifically to evoke a sensation that's not it's not an accident. So I think it's done well.
Okay, Bruce.
I was at 65. I think technique-wise, it's interesting. God knows I've played in that space. But I think the execution of it is really lacking, predominantly because of the model or the person in it. I think the dynamism of the technique doesn't match the what's in the actual frame, and I get where you're coming from. The lack, like I can't remember what you said about the expression and stuff like that, but I don't think that helps either, because it's not. You got these amazing colours and stuff like that, but it's flat, like emotionally flat. So I'm sitting it in professional practice.
Amber?
Yeah, I am actually also sitting this in professional practice, and I scored this as 70. And Jace, even if all of those choices were intentional, I'm sorry, but I just think that most of them are still bad choices, and there are so many things within the image that none of them just really work together. Somehow there's a lot of cool and crazy contrast going on down the bottom with all the moving lights, yet the hair is just sort of really muted and dead feeling, and that very bright highlight in the background just keeps drawing my eye so much, whereas I'm assuming that the model is really what we are trying to be buying into here. I feel like this has a very long way to go before it is an awards level image.
Yeah, I was hoping no one was going to mention the highlight, but of course you did. I think there's just a potent nihilism about that, and that she's just so much cooler than us, and that's why she doesn't give a shit. It's like it's from an '80s rave scene, kind of. I don't know. There's something I dig about it. Keep playing with this stuff if this is you. Good.
Rescore, please, judges. And can I just make a note of language?
No more diamonism.
And we've stayed on 73 professional standard. Well done to the photographer. Right, next image, please. Righty-ho, we have a score that's pretty even across the board of 76, Bronze Award. Congratulations to the photographer. Who's got some comments? Oh look, they're nominating Belinda.
I hope you didn't nominate me because you think I know horses, because I do not. It's because, yeah, all about the hair. All right, I gave this a 75, so congratulations on your Bronze Award. I think it's quite a nice moment that you've captured here. There is some issues with the lighting, quite bright on the nose mouth of the horse. And we've got some haloing around both of the horses as well. So yeah, just a little bit more care with post-production would help bring this image up.
Lovely, thank you so much for that. Next image, please. We have an average initial score of 77, and Amber's challenging.
I'm not going to lie, I struggle with architecture images, and for the first time today, I actually really feel like this is an architectural image that I can get some joy from. I really love the balance of composition that the photographer has created within this image. Apologies, my score was an 82. And I feel like with the time of day that the photographer has chosen, beautifully illustrates all the vertical panels along that side of the building. I'm appreciating all the leading lines, even if they are car parks that are going into here. The two dark spaces are balancing each other really well. Let's talk about it.
Off you go, Jace.
Look, we're just not vibing today, and so be it. I think this has probably made the client happy, and it's fulfilled the brief and it's done a good job there, and I think that's great. Unfortunately, sometimes good client work doesn't win awards. I would say that it's a little bit too late in the day. It's just, I mean, there's a narrow window of time to get this balance between the artificial lighting and the ambient light. So it's just a little hint too late to retain something more in the building. There's a lot of space on the right. Look, you could argue to me that this was a double page spread, and therefore it was keeping the bulk of the building form on the left page, and that's why we've got so much car park. But other than that, I can't think of a good reason to have 10 car parks in an image, which I suspect is probably showcasing either the architecture or potentially that timber cladding or the lighting even maybe. The need for precision in placing each element, having one of those shrubs within a square and one of the shrubs touching a boundary between a square, like little things like that start to matter quite strongly for me in this kind of context. So I think it's probably done its job, but it's not award-winning for me.
Okay, Mike, you wanted to chat.
Just a couple of other small things. This is really just about the facade, not about the building itself. The angle is just too acute. We're not able to see past that outside facade and see into the building. That's one thing that I find a problem. The other problem is it's so easy to take out those highlights on the right-hand side. It's a commercial event and they just shouldn't be there. So I can't go beyond a bronze, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you. Its initial score, well, it's scoring 77 bronze at the moment.
In light of that, feeling that I am really lacking support up here in Silverland, I think that we should just stick with our initial scoring, and thank you for the education.
Rescore, please, judges. And we've stayed on 77 bronze awards. Congratulations to the photographer. Judges, we are going to take a 10-minute break. We will leave this architectural photo up for the live stream to ponder a bit longer. If you could all make your way out to the foyer, please. Okay, welcome back to the commercial category. While we're just waiting for a couple of our judges to come back, just a quick word from our sponsor. This category is sponsored by CM Props and Backdrops. CM Props and Backdrops is founded by Catherine, who is unable to attend this year's event. She's sure it's going to be an amazing experience that sees all of the photography talent gathered together. My business is here to make your photography journey easier by supplying high quality props and backdrops for product, food, fashion and portrait photography. I proudly hold the New Zealand made trademark licence, making many of the props myself or outsourcing to other businesses. The backdrop designs are photographs of real surfaces in New Zealand, optimised to make your photography a breeze. They are all printed by a local business who is well aware of my perfectionist tendencies. If you'd like to try out a vinyl backdrop at a great price, use the code NZIPP15 for 15% off. She looks forward to contacting or connecting with all of us. As we know, this is the commercial category. We are awaiting. Yep, we will. Belinda, but what we will do is, Janine, would you like to step on? Oh, hang on. She's walking in. Thank you. Righty-ho. Shall we have the next image, please? Apologies to the live stream. We are just waiting on a technical difficulty, so we won't be too long. Right, judges, let's score this, please. Okay, we have pretty even scoring across the board. Judges, 75 bronze award. Can we have a comment from Belinda, please?
These really giant dogs. Congratulations on your bronze award. I struggle with this a little bit, just having the two separate images. I don't understand why they've been presented like this to us. So I kind of feel like I need that sort of a bit more resolved in my mind. But to improve these images technically, I feel like we've lost a lot of quality on that one on the right-hand side, especially where I'm assuming it's been cropped in and sort of like it's not as sharp, and it's a little bit like noise reduction is being used on those horses in the back that have caused a little bit of softness in it. So yeah, just have a look at those things, and yeah, it could come up to the next level.
Thank you so much, Belinda. Next image, please. Right, we have an initial score of 78 bronze award, and Bruce is going to challenge that.
Well, congrats on the bronze to start with. Let's see if we can go up to silver. I'm at 83. This is an interesting pose to showcase really long hair. I think the interesting thing about giving most of the body is disappeared because of the lean right into camera. The legs point us up into the body, and we've got really interesting colours coming through the hair that harmonise quite well. Now, the styling of the hair would have been to the hairdresser's discretion, so I can't really comment on how well they would have changed that, because that's their thing in this instance. I think the biggest thing I would say is the height of the image is definitely there for a magazine title, masthead, or something like that. And if you were looking at that as a magazine cover, it would smack you right in the face. Yeah, so I'm at silver because I think it's worthy of that. So let's have a chat.
Amber.
I scored this image a 72, and I feel like I have scored that for the reasons that you've enjoyed it. I think that the photographer has done a real disservice to the client by choosing to pose the model in this way, because I just find the pose so so wrong for an image like this. And I think that the hair itself is absolutely fantastic. It's vibrant and it's fun and it's super unique and funky. And then none of that energy is reflected in either the model's face or their pose. I also really struggle with the way the top of the model's thigh on the left-hand side is just blending completely into the background. And with symmetrical legs like this, they're not touching in a symmetrical place on the page. I just think the hair is really cool, and I think that the photographic elements are not.
Okay, in the middle there, Belinda.
Yeah, look, I didn't have a whole lot more to add to that. I think this girl's face is stunning. Her eyes, I went straight to those, which is a great quality in an image. But once again, the lack of symmetry in those legs really kept drawing me out. And then to that left-hand side where it fades into the background, but there's also more thigh on that side as well. It was a bit jarring.
What did you score it, Belinda?
Oh, sorry, I scored a 78, so I was right on the average.
Okay, Bruce.
Fair enough. Yeah, I wasn't going to go extremely high on this because of those elements you talk about, the symmetry and the blowout on the leg and things like that. But I was rewarding it because I thought it was uniquely different and it's captivating. And if you're doing it for a commercial thing, it could be distracting in some respect for some people, but I also think if it was like, as I said, a sort of a cover or something like that, it stands out and it's different than the standard. So I was rewarding it for that. So let's go.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. Congratulations, Bruce. Fantastic talking. 82 silver award. Well done to the photographer. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, pretty evenish scoring. 75 bronze award. Could we get a comment from Amber, please?
Congratulations on your bronze award. I'm fairly sure that this is a character portrait of whoever Reese Witherspoon plays in Legally Blonde, and I think that you've very successfully portrayed that. I'm not sure how you could have elevated a character portrait like that in this category. I think that you've done a really successful job. Maybe just crop-wise, there's a bit too much space on the left-hand side, but really great work. Keep going.
Lovely, thank you, Amber. And on that note, Amber, take a break. Jace, take a break. Chris and Janine, welcome back, please. Let's have our next image, please. We have an initial score of 70, but we have an automatic challenge because it's 10 points ahead with Janine on 80.
Thank you very much. So yes, indeed, 80. I suppose, look, I'll be perfectly honest, I do see some technical flaws in this, but I felt like it was extremely brave to bring out the endearing nature of this animal in this way. And all about leaving out a bunch of information that we don't need to actually engage with this portrait. So I'd be really interested to hear what other judges' thoughts are.
Okay, I've got 3 of you on very similar, so let's go with Mike, eh?
Actually, yeah, I gave it a 65. So considerable distance down the ladder. I just didn't find that the eyes were sharp enough or detailed enough, or there was nothing happening in there that made me enjoy the few elements that were left in the photograph, because everything else is gone. So if you're going to leave just a few things, make sure that they are worth looking at.
Okay, Chris, you were almost on that scoring range.
Yep, I was in 72, so I put this in professional practice just because it's emo horse. Like, I love the hair falling in front of the eyes like that. Like, there's a bit of personality that comes through in a way that you wouldn't normally see in a horse portrait. And I think I wanted to reward, I know I wanted to reward the choices that were made to do that. I think the eyes feel acceptably sharp to me. I think that's okay. I think there's detail in the hair. And I wanted to see more of the extremities of the animal, especially above that right eye, because that lack of detail, I know we don't need it to know what this animal is. I still want to see it because it makes me feel more comfortable. So I'm the reasons you're rewarding bravery, I'm also rewarding bravery, which was what got me up into 72.
Okay, Janine.
I guess you could say there is a level of discomfort with this image, and perhaps I am connecting with that. I too found the eyes acceptably sharp, and I think our brains are capable of connecting the dots that we don't actually see here, and actually then in turn connecting to this animal. But I do see some really strong commercial applications for this image, and especially with all that white space. I mean, it really does lend itself to that. But on my 80, maybe just a little bit of a push. But look, let's consider coming up to bronze because of the strong design of this image and its bravery and creativity and originality.
Rescore, please. Okay, we have a score of 73, which is professional standard. Congratulations to the photographer. All right, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 70, which is professional standard. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Chris, please?
Yep, excellent work with the ingredients of this. I think we have all of the elements to make a really, really successful image, and it's good that you've landed in professional practice, so we're on the way there. I think if you want to elevate this into awards territory, a couple of things to look at. It's really grainy, and I think for something like this where you want to have a sense of softness and relaxation, that grain doesn't help a whole lot. There's some strangeness with the color of the arms at the top of the frame, and there's some kind of swooshy banding stuff under the arm, and I feel like it's almost intentional, like it should be it's part of a logo or a blanket or something like that, but it becomes distracting. So I think there's a bunch of little things. If we were to go back and retake this with a little bit more control of exposure and a little bit more control of color, then we'd have something that was much more successful.
Thank you, Chris. Lovely feedback for the photographer. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 74, which is professional standard. And Bruce is going to challenge that.
I'm just on 80, so that's silver. I think this is a fairly... congrats on trying and putting this in. I think the idea of this is fairly well done. The idea of bursting through the colour backdrop is nothing new, but it is intentional to grab you, because if you put this on a billboard or something like that, it can look three-dimensional. You can look like you're popping through. You can extend those pinks out to whichever side you want to actually put logo and type and whatever else. And the thing I feel like it's selling in this instance, once you see the person, is the actual neck thing, necklace or whatever it is there. Sorry, I'm not that good on clothing terms. And I think that actually stands out once you run around the image. Yes, it's not the fully central part of the image, which is probably the issue with it, but as something that grabs your eye, it's done fairly well, and it's consistent with a good level of practice in a studio.
Okay, we're going to come down to Chris at the other end, please.
Yep, I'm on 72, so I have this in professional standard. Agree that you can extend this to infinity on all sides, which is one of the lovely things about an image like this. And so you're absolutely right, like excellent commercial use. I think for me, because color is such an important part of this, I want to make sure that we're using it to help sell whatever the thing is. So if it's that collar, I think that's the word we're looking for. If it's the collar, it's not grabbing my attention, because there's the pinks that are working through the whole image, and then that kind of the light green kind of mint dress becomes the focus because it has a color contrast, and the collar is so small that if that's what's being advertised, I'm not sure that's grabbing my attention. If it's the hair, I'm not sure again. If it's the mint dress, it's obscured by the cardigan. If it's the cardigan, the color of it and the sleeve in the back has lost its fidelity, because probably it's reflecting some light back there. So I think I'm struggling with what the commercial application of this is. If it is a product or if it is a personality, I so wish they were looking at the camera and engaging with the viewer. Looking off like that looks a little bit, it's disengaged, and maybe it's like it's a doll or it's a mannequin. Maybe that's the feeling that we're looking for. But I think this is doing a really good job at grabbing your attention with color. I'm not sure it's keeping our attention by having everything else follow through.
Okay, Janine, you were in the middle there.
Yeah, I do wonder from the commercial application point of view, by the way, I was on 76, her skin is absolutely beautiful, and I'm wondering whether it is a general beauty type application, especially with the pink frame. That sort of makes sense to me. And I did find the lighting quite harsh, but perhaps it does work well in this application. But yeah, those are my thoughts.
Okay, Bruce.
The lighting needs to be hard to actually make it 3D and pop. That's where I'd go with that. I did pick up on the arm in the background having the magenta. I wasn't going to mention it unless somebody else did. Yeah, it's not a full sale. I'll give you that. I think it's for the most part done really well. And if a client was walking in saying, "This is what I want to put there," and you shot this at this level, you've done a good job for the client. And whatever they put around it, if they extend the background, and that will give the information we need. So I think it's worthy of coming up to a silver. But if it gets to bronze, I'm happy with that too.
Okay, judges, please rescore. We have a score of 77, bronze award. Well done. Okay, next image, please. We have a score of 73, professional standards. Cool. Can we have a comment from Janine, please?
Look, be encouraged that this work has received a professional standard. Definitely you've achieved a sense of actually being there by using the angle from the boat, but there is a lot of visual communication confusion with that reflection. It sort of doesn't really make sense. So I suppose whilst it may have been an attempt to be quite clever, it perhaps hasn't just quite come off in this instance.
Thank you, Janine. Can we have the next image, please? And we have an initial score of 76, bronze award. Thank you to the, congratulations to the author. Can we have a comment from Belinda, please?
Yeah, look, thanks for the nightmares. I congrats on the bronze. I was initially quite confused by this, and then I sort of figured out it kind of gives me horror movie vibes. Maybe it's a movie poster, that kind of thing. But it's not entirely clear, and the background is kind of there's a lot, but not a lot at the same time. It's a bit confusing, so I'm sort of struggling with that. But yeah, congratulations on your bronze award. Keep it
Cool.
up.
Chris, do you want to have a comment as well?
Super quickly, it's a poster for Frankenstein, like a production. So you got Frankenstein's monster, you got the villagers coming to burn him down. You put text next to it, all those questions are answered, and it makes sense. Theater nerd, yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, judges. We have finished here in the commercial category. We'd like to thank our sponsor, CM Props and Backdrops, and also Canon, who are our overall sponsor as well. Judges, I think you will have some finals tapping on the shoulders, so... And if you've enjoyed the commentary and the judging in this room today, please go and put a name in the box for the Ian Poole Judges Award. Thank you so much.